Well, I do need to grab water. Yeah, we'll do that. But okay, so our plan for YouTube, at least, that way they have the context too, is we want to work more on the front end of the lens cards, right? We want to show what notifications are attached. We need to make sure those API endpoints are working. And from there, once we've finished that, we can ship it up. But then after that, we need to, and hold on. Right? After that, we have a bunch of bugs to fix that were uncovered. We recorded most of them. But yeah, always more bugs to fix. Software, am I right? So yeah, that's the plan for today. Give me just a second while I go grab some water, and I'll be right back. And then we will get right into it. But yeah, what's up, Brainless? How you doing? And how's it going there, King? What you up to? Yeah, how's everyone doing today? And man, as always, Indian food last night was so good. I will say what was it, like the deep fried paneer or whatever? Not a fan. Like you know, I tried it, saved it, it's still in the fridge. It's just cheese, so I can heat that up for dinner tonight. Um, but Papadoms, Papadoms were the move. Papadoms were a really good idea. So I'm probably gonna get Papadoms every time, along with the naan, because yeah, that was good. But let's get to code. So we kind of want to make this look a bit like this, where we have like the notifications, we show that, there's none attached, and we prompt you to do so. We don't care about platforms because that's already decided by the keyword. But yeah, so like this card, we need to change it up. So, kind of what I want to do. I think pending events. Pending events can just be like a little red, like badge that shows the number, and then when you mouse over, you get the pending event stuff. But yeah, food was good. Food was really good. And yeah, Saturday, isn't it? Pretty sure today's Saturday. I think most of us know what that means. There's like floaties in this whiskey. So at least we'll shake it up. And wait, what day did I say it was? Today's Saturday. What day did I say it was? Did I call it Sunday? Okay, I did say it right. Okay. It does. It's an interesting whiskey. I'll say that. Eh. Yeah, I don't know if I would order it or, yeah, if I would buy it myself, but it was a good gift. Yeah. Okay. See, I like the idea of pending events. What we want to do is only do the pending events. I guess if we jam it here, we're just creating less space for the support, though. And there's something a little weird about that transition value. We only really want to show that in a specific case. Yeah, we'll have to think about that. So I guess here's the thing. There's a case where you may want to mark something as red for everybody. But I think the common case is that marking something as red only applies to the lens, right? Yeah, I don't know. Let's do the badge thing first. What I was thinking is the backend should probably be giving us the count of unread events or unread lens results. And realistically, if you marked it as read from the top level, should we even be passing that through to lenses, like when you rerun? Yeah, so I think pending events will go away. But we have that coming back as part of the endpoint. And I think what we want to do is unread results as well. Which means, yeah, we get to this point, right? We get to the index here. And we want to, let me double check on something. I think we're good. It's going to be this, and it's this return value. And we're seeing pending events. I think this part's actually good. But then what we want here is unread results. I think that's the move. So then we go here, that's going to here, we go to the JSON. Oh, come on. Don't make me type it. There we go. But it's unread results. Come on, 95. Make me type this out. There we go. All right, so then we've actually got one more thing. Where is show? All right, so then, yeah, here for show, Yeah, okay. So then we go back to the controller and we want to pass that value. And because it's coming out like this, we do that. We go JSON should be good there. I think so. So now we need to rebuild the SDK. And yeah, what we're going to end up doing is we're going to show the number in here. It's going to be a blue background for the number if we're just showing like the unread events, right? But if we're showing the pending events to be processed, that'll be in red. I think I like that. What's up, greenish pepper? Wouldn't you like to be a pepper too? Not much going on with you? Yeah, and we get this like negative value here, which is weird. But yeah, let's keep going. So here in keyword lens, we would expect that we're getting that prop back now. And the place where we're showing the name, we want to put something here. We're going to do it as inline for now. All right, so then pending events greater than 0. I don't think badge is actually what I'm looking for. We may want to create our own component for this. It is a badge, but like, I don't know, it's going to do like the weirdness on it. You'll see, you'll see. BG, I don't know, let's just say red. 500. Right, so we see that. I was thinking we wanted it round or something, though. So it's just a different kind of badge. And what's up there, Code Spent? Ah. I don't think the count here is working the way I want. Oh, I think I know what the issue is and why that can go negative. We're not deleting lens results. We're just deleting the events when we get like a delete. And we need to handle that properly. Okay. Hmm. And then, hold on, let me check in. Let me read chat. Doing some cool EXIF image extraction stuff for your website. How go the Messijos? Pretty good. Greenish pepper still growing, so color has not been fully determined yet. Touche. All right. One thing I should probably do, double check on. Now hold on. Yeah, we're good there. Let me look at credits left. Okay. Yep, that's okay. Where do we see usage? Let's go look at activity. Over the past, let's just say day. Sure, we saw a spike probably during stream yesterday. Yep, sounds about right. We do see things happening. Stuff probably like dies down during the night, which makes sense. Do we see any major outliers? We don't. Oh, no, no, we're good. Let me get more music. Yeah, so I'm not seeing any major outliers anymore, which is good. I do think we want to switch back. How we're doing some of that. We go cheapest first. Saved? Saved. Is this Jurassic Park? Could be. Yeah, I'm sure that was intentional. Okay. So, yeah, we're back to this point where unread results is not giving us the value we want. And it's because we're doing a filter after the count. What do we think the fix there is? Okay. So I guess we can't pipe that way? We could do a fragment. We might have to do a fragment. Damn, this song's crunchy. Oh, interesting. Oh, no, no, no. No, I see why that is. No matter what, it's just giving us a count of all of the keyword lens results. It's not going based upon the result being true. Same issue. Okay, so then we want is red equal to false and result equal to true. So then if we just do this, does that simplify things? Wondering if we even need the group by. Okay, no, so it must appear in there. Hmm. So total rows 1490. All right, so there we go. So if result is true, for any result, we're only getting 168 rows. So I was wondering if maybe that was our issue? If this number was somehow giving us, like, everything. But it isn't. Now, what if we did... unequal, or, like, is on red is equal to false? Uh... Oh, it is red. Yeah. And yeah, for that, we're getting 1400. Okay, so yeah, like, I still don't understand why this is not giving us a value that we expect. So, hold on. I forget the raw SQL for group by. Oh, group by has to go before order by? Is that it? You like it? Yeah, it's not bad. All right, something's still up here. Let's try this again. I needed the distinct. Maybe I didn't. That was weird. But okay, yeah, we still get the wrong value. So distinct did not fix it. I mean, we could, but that's not the value that is incorrect. Yes, still just the wrong value. And pending events is accurate. Now, this is another one. What the fuck's going on here, dude? I haven't seen this before. It seems like it's only for one endpoint, too, which I find stranger. It's definitely just the status endpoint. And status endpoint is querying Oban stuff. So do I have Oban issues? Right, this is still responding quick. Yeah, I don't know. All right, so continuing with the error that we have. Isn't that what this is? Or is this just for... Okay, so it's different. Okay. And what would the as actually do? Right, like I thought it assigned like its own thing under the hood anyway. So it'll just give it like K4, K5, K6 type stuff. Oh, and that breaks everything. Oh, buddy. They do not like that. Compilation error in file. Cannot fetch field ID from KWLR unread. So I guess I don't use that. And still, yeah, we're going to have issues because Firehose is failing. It's just because this whole thing fails to compile because that's no good. So I think I still need to do the value there. So you're just saying, like, in the error output, the alias might help? And hey, what's up, Bash Bunny? What's up? How you doing? Let me get more. Oh, someone else did the shout out already. Perfect. Let me get more music going. Because I think, does Synthwave belong in a museum? Or do I not even have that album queued up? All right, let me get another album going real quick, like. And then, yeah, Bash, what were you up to on your stream? Where the hell is this album? Here it is. Here it is. Yeah, we're dealing with some SQL query issues. You know, just the fun stuff. The main issue is that the value we're getting is not what we expect. This is $6.99, and that's the total amount of keyword events. So something's wrong there, but we don't know why. So you're just yapping, catching up on what's been going on in the tech world for the last little bit. Gotcha. Nice. I'm going to be up in Vancouver for Atmosphere Conference, I think. So I'm trying to go snowboard before that. It's an excuse just to go snowboard in Canada, obviously. I don't know if I'll make it all the way to Whistler, though. We'll see. And then Dad Walking. Does this have a thing? So it's called Neo-Brutalism. Technically, the library I'm using, it's abandonware. So there's another one called Retro UI that you might want to check out. But you got to run. Thank you for hanging out. Appreciate you. And yeah, for sure. Maybe we can go ski at some point. But yeah, thank you again for the raid. Appreciate you. I'll let all of chat know what we're building here real quick. But yeah, Retro UI might be the one that you want to check out. Because Neo-Brutalism, there is an issue where the author says, like, I'm not working on this anymore. So, yeah, this might be the option. This might be where you go from there. And it's pretty similar aesthetic, right? So it's not bad. But okay, so real quick, let's clue people into the thing that I am building. I'm building this thing called Messijo, and Messijo's main goal is to help you listen to keywords on social media easier, right? Like if you've ever been social media adjacent for a business, it can be too much stuff to filter through. And you got to come up with like stuff you got to post as well, instead of just being able to like reply to others and blah, blah, blah. So this is a tool to make that easier. You can create keywords, and then keywords are listening for a specific keyword on social media, like Ghosty. And then you might want to have like, well, do we want to sort by, the amount of items that are actually related to something that we should make an issue for? Like, should support staff get involved? And part of the biggest thing we're working on is attaching notifications to these individual lenses, which is just like an AI filter of the filter that you already had. But the part we're on right now is trying to show this value, and it's really supposed to be this value. So this like unread value here should be where that $6.99 is. And for some reason, our query is not helping us in any way there. And I don't know what the issue is. Right? We're doing a count distinct for unread results. We're doing a join for this. We were doing just like a count and a filter before, but that wasn't doing it for us either. So we thought, oh, maybe if we do just a separate join, that would work. But that's not working. Maybe what we want to do here, I don't think this would be it. Keyword lens ID. That could help. But yeah, the whole idea is, this is a product that's live that you can sign up for right now. It has a lot of rough edges that we need to work on, as is tradition, right? Wouldn't be software if it didn't have bugs, right? And in general, if you just do song, you can get the exact song that's playing. Yeah, we got rated by Bash Bunny. I think that means, Ched, that you should be in a museum. We are listening to AT Proto. We are using the Algolia API for Hacker News, and we are polling lobsters at a reasonable interval, because the author or the maintainer of lobsters actually streams on Twitch from time to time. And like, we asked him, like, hey, is 30 seconds okay? And they were like, yeah, totally. So yes, we're kind of like doing a bunch of stuff. So we're not retrieving the data. We are listening to the fire hose. So instead of a pull, it's a push. They are pushing the data to us, and we're just listening to everything that goes through it. If you're unfamiliar, AT Proto has the idea of the fire hose, and it's pretty cool. Let's see. There we go. So yeah, there's a bunch of ways to consume the fire hose. I believe I need to make my, I need to propose a talk for Atmosphere Conf. Lobsters is just like an open source Hacker News. And yeah, how's everyone's day going? Yeah, I'm really not a fan of this whiskey. It's not great. But I ran out of all the other whiskeys besides these gifted whiskeys. Someone gifted me, I don't know if you can read this. I don't know if you're a whiskey person out there, right? Like a full ounce of Whistle Pig Boss Hog. I don't know if you've seen Whistle Pig Boss Hog is like a $600 bottle of whiskey. It would probably be like a $200 shot at a bar. What am I sipping on right now? It was a gift. It was a different gift. It is this one, Watch Post. It's okay. Like, I guess it's best for, like, mixing. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, yeah, that Boss Hog is 104. This is just 85. So this is chill. But yeah, some of the other ones that were gifted, Still Austin Red Corn, Green River Single Barrel Sprayberry Store Pick, Short Barrel Cigar Batch number 2, and Shanks 2024. A bunch of these are like super expensive. But yeah, a nice gift from Tracy Lee from this.co or this dot whatever. Gee, Shanks. Yeah, I don't know the exact process, but I believe they live in Georgia, so it's not too far of a trek to go to like Whiskey Alley or Whiskey Road or whatever you call it. So I think that's what they might have done. But it does look like, I don't know, the bottles are marked Liquid Ministry. So Liquid Ministry might be like a company that does these like tasters or something. I don't know. Any particular reason for Elixir? There's plenty of good reasons. For me, it's actually a boring reason. I think Phoenix is a fantastic framework, and I really like how it works. And that's about it. Like, I just think Phoenix comes closest to what Ruby on Rails tries to promise. So I have basically two ways I build applications, especially like backends these days. It's either going to be full Amazon Lambda, right? And then like API gateway and all that BS, or it's going to be just a VPS. And if it's going to be a VPS, I'm going to use Elixir. right? It sits just there at like being fast enough while being robust and being like a let things fail kind of thing. So you're never going to have it just like hit some error and completely die, which I think is powerful. Now, technically, that's not possible. That's not true, I should say. It is totally possible to have some error that crashes the system, but you catch those at compile time. And as long as you're not changing the code dynamically at runtime in your server, you're never going to get the compile time errors. So that is not a concern. But yes, if you do mess up your compile time stuff, you can have the entire server fail. But that's something you catch at dev time, which is fine. But yeah, we're trying to do this count, and we're doing a distinct, and we're just getting the wrong value. Meanwhile, if we go look at another controller, I believe keyword lens result controller, that's where we're getting pending. This is where we get totals. Last time, the distinct did the trick. Yeah. All right, so yeah, get keyword lens results metadata. And yeah, dude, T3 chat was lying to us because, yeah, the filtering should work. Yeah, we should be able to pass that filter. Okay, so let's go back and try this again. So if we comment that, I don't think we need the as. And then we go and let me do this. And instead of keyword lens result on red, we want is red and result true. And we have the distinct in there. And we're just getting the wrong value. So it's something about like all the joins that we're doing. And that's the only difference between how we're doing this part and how we're doing this other bit. I do notice we don't have a group by in here, though. So why does it think we need a group by for the other? I just want that so I have a marker for it. I don't see why we need this group by. But we're going to get an error. And it's going to tell us that the issue is, right, must appear in the group by clause or be used in an aggregate function. So here we start off with keyword, and then we join on keyword lens. In the other one, we're starting off with keyword lens and then joining. And I do notice that, oh, we're just doing a regular join instead of a left join for that. Okay. I can't remember. I thought I can't remember. I think it might change based on engine. I thought it was inner. Yeah, inner is the default for join. Right? So if you just think about like the Venn diagram of the things, inner is where they both overlap. Left join is where it's still like most of the left. Like I don't know. I guess I'm still fuzzy on the differences. But yeah, inner join is the default. Now, are they still going to yell at us about the aggregate? No. They are still unhappy about it, right? Group by clause or be used in aggregate. Okay. So we could put the group by back, I guess. It doesn't really change anything for us. Doesn't change the value we get back. Let me just do this again. Get rid of some of the noise. All right, so we don't have the error anymore, at least, which is good. Yeah, a left join would be the left circle and what it overlaps with, right? Is there a good visualization for this, just so that I can like re-solidify? Joins SQL image. There you go. So yeah, the default inner join is the center area. The left join is A and the center area. And I guess left join can also be just this part. So you can do exclusion for B key is null. Right, that's right. And then full outer join is everything. And then you can decide if you want the inside or not. Okay, that's right, that's right. So yeah, like really, this shouldn't have actually changed anything. So it's not like it really matters. Oh, I do think it is something different here in the where, though. That could very well be it. No. Yeah, so it's not changing our results at all, right? Left join versus join, which I find interesting. I'm just so curious why it thinks we need to do that aggregate or like the group by. All right, we'll just do it since it yells at us about it. But yeah, something here is weird. We probably do want to order by inserted at. Easy enough. Yeah, good call. Hmm. But yeah, like distinct is what solved this for us in the past. So I'm really curious about that now. All right, we're going to return proper result, and then I just want to do something here, right? Like, all right, so from keyword lens, where keyword lens ID is what we're looking for, we're selecting for the keyword lens, but this is actually not what we want. All right, so we're going to do this. Right, and then the other thing we want to do is we want KWLR dot All right, so then, all right, we can clear all that. Where is our log data? Oh boy. Well, we broke something there. What did we break there? This is a funky one. I don't think that's even related to what we're doing right now. But am I not seeing... Oh, I am seeing test result. And value is 0. How are we getting 0 from that? Oh, yes. Yeah, we actually expect 0, because that's for the one on the right. But then, where's some of our others? That is Elixir you're seeing, yep. Oh. You're editing the wrong method. Yeah. Just watch. Here we go. Yeah, we were editing the wrong method. Motherfucker. Fun. Isn't that just the best? We had to do that log, though, to identify it. The fact that it only showed up once made it really obvious. Some unit test would have caught it? Why do you think a unit test would have caught it? And how exactly do you unit test your database query stuff? It's no longer a unit if you involve something external like the database. Could it be extended to other platforms? Theoretically, I've heard Instagram is notoriously hard to do any of that stuff for. Facebook probably the same way. So right now, like, the goal is to niche down towards tech. If we can focus on tech companies as our like core target market, then we can decide how to do some things. And then I don't think Instagram matters. Reddit would be a much bigger choice there. Theoretically, it would have been an integration test, but I don't see how that would have solved things there, Ate. We'd still be debugging why we're not getting the result we thought. Yeah, database queries are mocked for testing, right? But the moment we're mocking this is the only thing we actually care about, right? Like, this is the thing we care about, getting the data from the database. So mocking the database doesn't actually give us anything, right? The more you mock, the less realistic your unit tests are. and integration tests and all that shit. At the end of the day, you just have to get your queries right by testing against the data that you have. Exactly, Big Blind, yep. I could create a DB snapshot to test against. Even then, that's still not a unit test. Anything that involves an external dependency like the database is no longer a unit test. And that's fine, but I want to point out that it's definitely not a unit test at that point. But even then, integration testing, all it would do is allow us to get the same result we were getting by manual testing. An integration test or something like that would help us prevent regressions in the future, but it wouldn't actually help us prevent like the process that we just went through. Right? The process we just went through is the process we go through. It's going to be automated later on. Sure, but what does that help me right now? It doesn't. Like, Ate, your question was, would it have helped prevent this? No. There's no way a unit test would have prevented us from editing the wrong function. Nope. No way. I'm curious how you think so. And then hold on. Right? No matter how much testing we had, we would have still been getting the wrong values from the test. And that's fine still, Ate, no matter what. An integration test wouldn't have prevented us from spending time on the wrong function. I don't understand how you think it could. The test would have been failing no matter what, because we were editing the wrong thing. And technically, right, any test for get lens by org ID would have actually been correct because we were getting the values we wanted anyway. Now, maybe we could have caught something partway through this stuff, but I don't think so. I don't think we actually broke anything. I don't think we changed anything. We were still doing the exact same logic. We just moved it around. It's not even about product, Ate. It's about understanding like what testing actually does for us. Testing is not preventative, right? Besides regressions. When you're building new functionality, testing is the opposite of preventative, right? If you're doing test-driven development, it can help you write your logic, sure. But no, that wouldn't have helped us because the test would have been failing the entire time. It's not about the product. It's about what do tests actually give us. All right, so then, yeah, let's put these back. But yeah, the rest of this looks good. We did add those distincts. I don't think they hurt, so we'll leave those. Order by, This is getting a single lens, so we don't care about that. We do care about it in this other one, though. And we already have that. Can I talk about job market? No, I don't give a shit. All that shit's available online. You just got to Google a little bit, dude. Like, I'm not here to be your own fucking search engine. And conversations around that shit are so fucking boring at this point. Either you have an opinion about it or you've been burying your head in the sand and you should have been thinking about this over the past couple years. What new stuff do you think we're going to say about it? Like, dude. Nah, man. I'm not here to be your glorified Google search. I'm not here to have that conversation for the 100th time. That's been the case since people started talking about it for the past 2 years. It's been the exact case. And there's been plenty of studies that show that devs aren't actually that much more productive, right? You're just shifting where the bottleneck is. Right? Most of the companies doing layoffs and not hiring juniors anymore, they're still hiring people. They're just hiring people from other countries. Like, actually look at that. They're laying people off and asking for more H-1B visas. Does that really align with their AI's taking people's jobs mentality? I don't think so. But all the shit's online. Like, all the shit's been discussed to death. How are you not bored of talking about it already? The investment climate hasn't actually changed that much. I think we're on the precipice of it changing. But compared to 2 years ago, no, it's the same. The investment climate has taken a major tank since zero interest rate phenomenon ended. And that's it. It is a boring conversation if there's nothing new being said. What magical, cool, like, result do you think we're gonna get from talking about it again? Nothing. Fucking nothing. I don't know, right? The people that come in here and ask that as their first message, I don't know, man. I don't know. All of this shit's out there on the internet. No, I get it, Dad. I would rather educate the audience to think more about, like, what is actually a good conversation to have. Repeating the same conversations over and over again doesn't help anyone. And the reason I'm still talking about it is because it applies to more than just the AI bullshit. I don't want to, like, dude, a week from now, do you think I want to talk about the Tailwind CSS drama again? Fuck no. That shit's been talked to death. In fact, we're 3 days later and it's been talked to death. So yeah, Big Blind, you were comparing it to the 2010s. Sure, but I'm just saying, like, dude, if you weren't curious about it between now and the past 2 years, why are you suddenly curious? Like, and why is that my job to rehash again? right? Like you could search on YouTube and find 1,000 videos talking about that shit. Like, I don't know, man. I did miss out on some follows though. Hold on, let me shout those out real quick. Aussie, Stealing Power, Ben PSK, Jay Bellingham. That's a fun name. Hidden Crowbar. Ooh, that's a fun name. Quatch, Dirk Leo, Chris Crispy, and Variational. Thank you for the follows. I appreciate it. All right, so we're getting the right value here now, which is good. What we want to do actually is make this a tooltip. That way, when you're tabbing through, right, you can get some like info about it. And wait, what's up, Shiggity? That's a fun name too. Yeah, no worries, Brainless. And what do you mean by hovering scripts? Custo? I haven't heard of that one. As far as I know, the other companies are not focusing on fixing the haystack problem. Right? So the haystack problem is, yes, I have 700 events, but really like only 149 are relevant towards maybe our support staff. And how do we notify our support staff to get involved without the social media person being the middleman? I don't think there's anything that Mention and some of these other companies are actually doing that makes that part easier. I'm not doing sentiment analysis yet, right? No, so let me put it that way. A lens is using an LLM for sure, but we're not doing sentiment analysis. We're getting like topic analysis. Sentiment analysis would be a different thing that I do want to set up, and we will add. But sentiment analysis is a different like metric and value. So yes, sentiment analysis is definitely like another thing, but that's something all the big guys are doing. I think notifying the right people in the right way as soon as possible is something that they don't do that well. Right? Like the majority of them, like I don't know about the majority of them, but at least one of the competitors that's like more bootstrappy, they're just doing like search queries on like a polling like interval rather than just getting everything and parsing every message. So what that does mean is that they are more geared towards like historical values. I am geared more towards getting you the event as quick as possible so you can react to it, because on social media, time is very important, right? Responding to someone's social media post a day later, not nearly as good as if you did it right away. And then one other big differentiator is price. I don't know if you've seen mention.com. $600 a month? Fuck that. Like, hell no. And when they say review monitoring, right? Like, sure, yeah, they're monitoring other sites and all that stuff. Real-time mention tracking, blah, 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 right? They've got the platforms, but I just don't think they do the filtering the right way. So I think we can do that at a cheaper price point, focused on tech companies specifically. So in general, when you're in a crowded market, you niche down. My niche is tech. And then I think, I don't know about moat, because I feel like a lot of these features would be easy to replicate. But just trying to understand how people actually want to use these things instead of just providing line items. I don't know. Is it perfect? Probably not. But it's running. It's working. Oh, I'm a collector. Some of these are vintage tabs, man. I'm trying to remember like what some of these were even. Oh, yes, AI engineer, call for papers, Miami. Yes, I want to make sure I submit to this. I still got time. I got denied for React Miami. But I think I could do some AI BS. I think they only do full-length talks, though, right? But yeah, anyway, I don't know. Like, I got a bunch of tabs. I do need to go through them at some point, but technically the archive starts right here. So this is my, like, project ideas board. Everything to the right is, like, the working, I don't know, list or whatever. And everything to the left is the archive. But yeah, how's everyone doing today? What y'all up to? All right, so we get these values into here, and we're showing that. And hey, what's up, Resonant? How you doing? Been a long time. Yeah, what you been up to? Did you go to the most recent KubeCon? I missed that one. I didn't even submit anything. You're using the stream as background while working. Nice. I like that. Surviving long enough for all your competition to be bought out. Sounds about right. Yeah, sounds about right. Meanwhile, I'm trying to survive long enough to get bought out. Tomato, tomato. Rathos, while you slay the demons of hell, are you playing Doom? Wait, maybe it's Hello Kitty Island Adventure. That sounds about right. Oh, Diablo 4. Another option. Modded Red Dead Redemption 2. Ah, okay. But yeah, Resonant. Like anything fun on your end? Oh, Diablo 2 Resurrected. Okay, that makes more sense. That makes way more sense. Touche, touche. I could see Red Dead Redemption 2 being like a slaying the demons to hell thing too. Just saying. Okay, and then hold on. I totally missed it. So yeah, what was your comment there, Shiggity, about hovering scripts? What do you mean by that? Right? Just trying to double check. Right? And see what I mean? Like, if we were still talking about the AI bullshit, we wouldn't be having these conversations. You know? So I don't know. I would much rather just be the jerk that puts his foot down about the BS conversations so that we can actually just, like, have a real conversation about just life and stuff in general. Right? The code we're working on. Whatever, right? Growing like a weed, still hiring too. Is it okay if I show the company website? I don't want to dox you too much. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Right? Like, I think this is more important than a conversation about AI taking jobs, right? Like, yeah, are you looking for a job? There's companies hiring. Let's talk about that instead. That's way more fun. Oh, you guys still go through work at a startup, huh? Interesting. Okay, cool. Experimentation advocate. Oh. Oh. Hmm. But yeah. Staff software engineer, senior software engineer, solutions engineers. Those are like pre-sales, right? Good quality candidates through work at a startup. Yeah, because there's the limit. You can only apply to like 10 for some interval, right? Yeah, the other boards get so much noise. Yeah, exactly. Right? Like if you post on LinkedIn, you'll get like 10,000 automated like just easy click button presses within like a day, you know? Like it's unfeasible. Infeasible? Untenable. That's a better word. So yeah, like, nah, dude, the fact that work at a startup like fully limits people to only applying to X amount per day really does prevent a lot of the spam BS, which I think is cool. Yeah, so good call. But yeah, so senior engineers out there, maybe people who are better, check out the staff one. But the goal here is, right, expert in TypeScript, React, Node.js. Right, and you can just reach out on work at a startup. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Solid understanding of SQL and NoSQL. Right, so this is like a full stack role. Is your guys' back end really Node.js? I don't know why I didn't think that was the case. Cool, man. 100% remote? Hell yeah. Ooh, your latest offsite was in the Dominican Republic? Oh, that's cool. That's fun. Rented a resort. Very cool. I love this. The transparency of the interview process. So many companies need to do that, even when it's sometimes a bad experience for those. Like, oh yeah, it's like 7 rounds, and then you get ghosted still. Like, oh my God. Yes, I've gone through like 6 or 7 rounds with a company and got ghosted at the end. I had to reach back out to them. Like that was so annoying. So yeah, like this is reasonable. 4 interviews, that's totally fine. I get that. It's like the Microsoft thing too. Microsoft is also 4 interviews. Don't do leak code. Very cool. Yeah, like honestly, everyone out there, sign up for work at a startup if you're not on there already, and check out some of the roles on there. Like honestly, I've gotten more like real human like denials even from work at a startup than I have any other platform. Like the rest just felt like canned, like copy and paste, Whereas like at least like the ratio of people actually responding versus just like, okay, you submitted, too bad, you're not for us kind of thing. Just the amount of people being like, we love what you do, blah, blah, blah. And it feels like a real conversation. Like, I don't know. It's very like more human in the process of applying on work at a startup. Which makes sense because like at some point you become as big as like Stripe and you're probably not using work at a startup anymore, right? So you're working with smaller human-driven companies, which I think is cool. And yeah, the equity doesn't look too bad either. Yeah, very cool. Your biggest competitor was just bought for 1.1 billion. Who was that competitor? Posthog? Is Posthog no longer independent? StatSig. Oh, that's right, StatSig. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I forgot about StatSig. Who bought StatSig? That Facebook bought StatSig, right? Some giant fucking company. OpenAI bought them? OpenAI bought them. That was it. Okay. Got it. Yeah, makes sense. Okay. Yeah, StatSig has joined OpenAI, which I find interesting. Oh, it was an acqui-hire? That makes more sense because it's just not part of their vertical in any major way. So yeah, damn, 1.1 billion for an acqui-hire? That's crazy, dude. What? Did they just have some like AI people working for them that are worth that much? And I'm willing to bet they're profitable, which is another thing that OpenAI kind of needs to jump on the bandwagon for, because their profitability could be meh. Ex-Facebook people. Yeah, because StatSig actually spun up out of Facebook, right? Or at least like the founders met each other at Facebook or some shit. I feel like I remember reading that story. Right? It was like the evolution of a product that they had basically built at Facebook already. So that makes a lot of sense. $1.1 billion is a lot, but for OpenAI, it was 1/500th of the company's value. Sure. Yeah, and it was an all-stock deal. I get it. That makes sense. Let me get more music going. StatSig is like an A/B testing feature flag kind of company, right? StatSig is like a it's kind of like amazing that they got that term, because I've been hearing the word statsig from like our marketing people, because statsig stands for like statistical significance, right? So at some point, like, you just don't have statistical significance until you've run an experiment long enough, right? But the fact that they lock that down as their domain name, as their business name, when it's really just like a core like word in the industry, is interesting. Like, that was solid of them. They nailed that. And I guess here's my thought. They basically, there's like two paths that companies get into, or that like in the space of A/B testing and feature flagging, companies either start as feature flagging or A/B testing, and then they evolve into the other, which I find interesting. And I think they started as an A/B testing company that then had a feature flag product, right? Is that how you guys started Resonant? Or did you start as a feature flag company and then evolved into an A/B testing company? Because I think the overlap is massive. Okay. Yep. Just making sure. Your big thing was being warehouse native. Ah, okay. And statsig copied you on it. Ah, that makes more sense too. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I feel like that one company you mentioned, Guitar, they're like pivoting to more of a product as well, right? They pivoted to code review though. Yeah, I find that so strange. Yeah, the code review space is heavily crowded. Like, GitKraken's trying to break into it too. But I heard someone say that they were talking to CodeRabbit, and CodeRabbit doesn't really consider any of these other companies to be legitimate competitors, which I find very interesting. Right? CodeRabbit really sees themselves as like sitting alone, which might be true. I've never worked on a team that used any of them, so I don't know. You think they'll get competition from Cursor? Yeah, I could see Cursor being like one of the few companies that could do that. I'm just mad at Cursor for killing Super Maven. But you know what? 95 is just fine, so I'm okay with it. But yeah, like the stale feature flag thing, just like as tooling in general. I'm guessing that's at like the core of their code review product, but maybe it's just not as prevalent in their marketing. But yeah, the reason this space is so crowded is because this is now the bottleneck for every company using AI, right? Sure, your devs can be hammering out more and more PRs per day, but at some point, like, people reviewing those PRs becomes the next bottleneck, right? So like, you're not actually moving faster as a company anymore based on that. And yeah, they didn't use AI, right? I get that. What I'm getting is, what I'm like trying to get at is they're using AI for this, but then they just have like a tool that calls like the static analysis side of things. But that might be like part of their like secret sauce. So like technically they can still be like AI code review and then call out to their static analysis tool. And that maybe gives them a bit of a moat. I don't know. I'm not sure. Your only experience with code review was with SonarQube. See, I've never dealt with SonarQube before. Like, I only remember SonarQube as a way of like packaging and encrypting like PHP payloads so that your customer can't just like steal your source code. And maybe that's how SonarQube started, but that's over 10 years ago now. I don't know. All right, so, right, we get these numbers. We want to do a tooltip for those parts. What's up, GJ? How you doing? Back in the olden days, it was Code Collaborator for code reviewing. Yeah, I never used that. Yeah, I'm doing well. Okay, so yeah, we're still doing this. So the feature that we've been working on the past couple days is attaching notifications to lenses, and we want to show those in a similar way to how we're showing them here, right? We don't care about platforms, but notifications need to go into that list. Pending events here can go away. right? So then that empties out. How come CEOs from Y Combinator hang out in Twitch? Dude, today's Saturday, man. Let them enjoy a day off. Come on, man. Take it easy. Today's Saturday. He deserves a day off, all right? Come on, man. No, but it made more sense back when we were working on our own like feature flag thing, because then it's directly relevant to what resonant frequency is interested in. But as a side thing, like Ate, you would be really surprised how many big influential people like hang out in streams like Theo's or even Bash Bunnies. You know, it's just the way the creator economy kind of works. As a good CEO, you should be listening to any of the stuff some of those bigger streamers are talking about. And then smaller streamers like me catch some of the runoff. Which means I probably pissed off some people like that I should not have pissed off. Borderline, like we almost had that moment, right, Resonant? I'm trying to think of the right word here. I'm a little abrasive at first. I try not to be. But as someone else pointed out, their partner refers to me as Grumpy Beanie Guy. And they have to wear headphones when they watch my stream. I get it. I get it. It's entirely possible, Ate. You never know. Right? The owner and founder of shit. What's the name? Front End Masters. That dude hangs out fucking everywhere. He's all over on Twitch for sure. Like he hangs out in Prime's channel all the time. Right? I'm sure he hangs out in Theo's. I'm sure he's even been over in Alt F4 streams from time to time. You know. Good filter, but in a good or bad way. I think it's a good filter in a good way, right? It means that you care in a way that out of touch CEOs don't. And billionaire might be a little rough. Like, I don't know about billionaire. But yes, yeah, multi-millionaires hang out in chat all the time. And I've probably pissed off a bunch of them. First time you ended up here rather than grumpy, I was on an existentialism vibe. When was that? I feel like that was somewhat recent. Oh, yeah, like 2 days after Christmas? Yeah, no, that makes sense. I get it. Like the 7-stage interview process. Oh, dude. Without doxing the company, though, if you really, really want to know, you can reach out to me in DM. It was like 6 or 7 interviews. And I feel like I actually dodged a major bullet. And every single other person I've talked to that worked at that same company in the past told me I did dodge a bullet because that CEO is a massive micromanager. But not going to dox the company. Maybe a few more whiskeys, and we'll see. But no, not necessary right now. But yeah, everyone I've heard has really negative things to say about the CEO of that company. And I think that's interesting. So, let's see. For Namecheap. No, no. I, dude, could you imagine? Could you imagine? Dude. Getting to that point, and then at some point, like during like the last interview with the CEO, just like him, like you can just see in his eyes, like they when he realizes, like, oh, you're that person. that would be hilarious. That would be pretty funny. Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, GoDaddy would suck. I'm just talking. The CEO of Namecheap threatened to sue me over a Twitter thread. Like, holy shit, dude. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, that was fun. Yeah, dude. Just unhinged. So, needless to say, I'm not applying to Namecheap anytime soon. But also, I don't know. Domain name company? Where's the moat? Like, any company can become a domain name company. Like Squarespace, you know? They just bought the Google thing because Google realized they're not going to make any money off it. What's like the cool indie one these days? Pork bun? I'm a little too centralized on Cloudflare at the moment. But I feel like pork bun is maybe bootstrapped. I can't remember. I mean, for Google, they need billions and billions and billions of dollars of profit to justify it. That's why the Google graveyard is so big, right? Right? Chromecast, Jamboard, Google Podcasts, Google Domains, Google Cache, Keen. Like, they'll acquire stuff and then kill it a year or two later. Maybe acquihire stuff, right? That's definitely a thing. But yeah, like Google kills so many products because it's just not enough money to justify them wasting their time on it. Some of these deserve to die, by the way. Isn't that kind of the dream, though? Get acquired by Google, get your golden handcuffs, retire. I guess that's more like the Microsoft dream, right? Get acquired by Microsoft, get the golden handcuffs, retire. Google, too. There you go. Yeah, the support costs for domains is probably pretty heavy. Yeah. Damn. A dark web scanner that searched for personal info leaks. Interesting. Curious. Support for what? You never reached out to Cloudflare about your domains support? That's fine, Ate, but they get people who are not technically savvy as customers, right? Like domain names are things that average Joes think are easy, and they'll buy them. And then they need help setting them up. Yeah, domain names are like normie enough that you're going to get really, really annoying support requests. Yeah, I guess that is the big difference between like products made for devs and products made for non-devs, right? Your product made for non-devs has to be so much better about educating and doing stuff, which is why lenses are already like kind of shit because we don't educate the user on why they're necessary. So definitely something I'm going to have to do, and that's like my next big focus for this project. After we get notifications and all that wired up properly, and you can attach notifications to a lens, we need to educate that stuff. That's true too. Yeah, making products for devs, you get into a whole separate area of support issues. Yeah. Like making products for devs, you have to expose an API, and then that API has to like do exactly what it says, or you're going to get so much BS coming down the pipeline. And API documentation becoming stale, even the biggest companies have that issue. Oh, yeah, SDKs, same idea. Yep. But okay, so yeah, we've got these tooltips. I like them. I think they work. I think it's good enough. Right? So then as a user, okay, 20 unread results. I can start marking them as read. Sure. Is it okay if this value becomes stale? We should be updating that value as we mark things. That's the right thing to do. So yeah, we'll put just any old thing there. That's not a good marker. And yeah, hold on. Wait. I did open up one of those things. I do want to take a look. Yeah, what is this one role? Oh, here we go. Experimentation advocate. I closed this too soon. Because I am curious. I am approaching 2 years at GitKraken. 2 years is a solid point at which to start looking elsewhere. Yeah, see, I don't know if I know enough about actual experimentation stuff. So I don't know if I'd be a good fit. I could be a good fit if content about like, hey, I'm an ingenue, I don't know, teach me. And then I do like these interviews with people at the company, like experts within the company, and that becomes like a podcast series or something. That could be an interesting approach. But yeah, Yeah, I don't know enough about the experimentation stuff. The rest I think I could do. But yeah, I don't know. I'd have to do a bunch of research. Right? They're looking for a data scientist to join their team. Like that's really it. So I'm not a good fit. But anyone out there that is, Nick Wan, right? Nick Wan Data Sci out there, I'd say could be a pretty damn good fit. If he's watching. I might just pass this on to him anyway. I don't know how it compares to his like baseball salary shit. Yeah, I actually think Nick Wan would be interested in this. One second. Let me just pass that to him via DM over in Discord. Uh, well, now I have no idea which people these are in Discord. I don't know if I'm even part of his Discord. I know he's messaged me in the past. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to figure out how to pass that on to him. Shit. You're studying software engineering at university and change your view on the whole education system. It's complete garbage. This is another one of those conversations that we have too many times, but maybe I'm at the right level of whiskey where I'm willing to entertain it again. And it's been a while since we've had this conversation about education. University isn't there to teach you skills, right? Right? They're not there to teach you how to become a good software engineer at a company. That's not their job. Their job is to teach you how to learn, right? Your ability to do research, understand that, distill it down into a clear set of thoughts, and turn that set of thoughts into a paper, right? Into a coherent argument, start, finish, and end, conclusion, all that BS. That's what they're there to teach you. And people who are using, OpenAI or any other platform to solve a part of that is actually doing themselves a disservice. Right? They're there to teach you the skills of how to learn. And then once you've learned how to learn in university, then boom, your future is limitless. You can learn anything at that point. They're there to provide a piece of paper. That's like not naive, the skeptical way of looking at it. I don't know, it's a bit reductive. It is true, the piece of paper matters a lot. But I just want to point out, it hasn't always been about the piece of paper. It's about teaching you how to learn, because that's something that, high school kids are really bad at doing. High school kids just want to slack off and be kids. When they get to university, that's when, they're paying for their education at that point. They're not forced to be there. The teacher doesn't have to, cater to the dunces. That's not their problem anymore, right? So public education has the problem of the kids are forced to be there. Meanwhile, at university, you opted into this. Yes, you're there to learn. Even if it is just for the piece of paper, you're there to learn, right? To learn how to learn. So I think that's the big thing. Some of the best programmers you met didn't go to school, they had passion. I get that, and 10 years ago, if you posted that exact same thing to Twitter 10 years ago, you would have been eaten alive. Because of the people that don't have passion defending their right to have a job. So it's tough when you say that they have passion, blah, 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 right? Like the passion argument is a minefield. I do think you're correct, but there's like levels to passion. And I would say instead, you don't have to be passionate, you just have to be curious. And that's why I pushed back. Like, I know I keep bringing up this thing that I said I didn't want to talk about. But I'm talking about it in a meta way about why I think it's important to ignore those kind of questions. Someone came in here, how do I feel about AI and the impact on the dev job market? And that is such a shit, boring conversation to have. What I would say related to this conversation now is that person isn't curious. If they were curious, they would have been looking this shit up outside of some Twitch stream, right? They would have already formed opinions. They would have already been doing the research, right? So instead, when you get someone asking that question here in Twitch chat, it's going to go in one ear and out the other because they're not actually curious. They're not actually engaging. They kind of just want someone to tell them how to think. And boy, those people suck to talk to. Like, really bad. Right? They are not willing to put in the effort. That's the big thing, right? Curious people are willing to put in the effort. Passionate people are willing to put in the effort. Catering to people who are not willing to put in the effort, it's a race to the bottom. I think that's my big point. Like, normally, if someone is actually like they've put in the effort, they're not going to ask that generic question. They're going to ask something really specific. And then there's like a really cool conversation to have. And you can identify that. And I would happily answer a really specific question about AI and its impact on the marketplace. But if your question is just AI and its impact on the marketplace, I'm so bored of that shit. I think that's the big thing. I'm happy to talk to people who are genuinely willing to put in the effort. So in that regard, I would say, could that person have phrased the question better and said, here's what I learned, here's what I looked up, here's what I figured out? Do you have any insight into the specific things that I think based on this, right? And it doubles back to college. If you put in the effort, learn how to do research, learn how to form your own opinion, and learn how to like structure that opinion in a way that you can get other people's like responses and critiques and insights, then you are so much more prepared for the real world as a dev and all this shit. So the people not putting in that effort are actually just showing that they're the people that don't put in the effort. And that's what I really, really try and emphasize. Do I always respond in a truly magnanimous and political and like, hey, you should still like me after this response kind of response? No. Sometimes I am just directly abrasive because sometimes some people need that shit. Honestly. Like, some people need a fucking kick in the pants. They need to be told that they're being lazy. And yeah, that does not come up in conversation here nearly enough. So I'm okay rehashing that same opinion that I have about that. So yeah, it's just more about like the low effort questions. That's when you get the worst version of me, right? The most like jerk, I don't care, figure it out kind of like responses. So I like to be interested. I am thoroughly interested, but it goes both ways. I don't know. I'm harping on this more. The reason I'm harping on it is because I'm trying to like make sure that I am solidifying the way I think about this and the way I frame it when I talk about it in the future, so that I'm more efficient in that response. Sometimes when I'm harping on something, it's because I'm doing it for myself, not just for everyone listening. The more I talk about it, the more I think about it, the more I can say those same things in the future in different ways. And it boils down to like the level of knowing something, right? You don't know it at all. You've heard of it. Yeah, I've used it. I'm not an expert. I've used it and I'm an expert, but I can't explain it. And then there's finally like, I can explain it in a bunch of different ways to a bunch of different kind of people that learn differently. In many cases, you all are seeing my approach to trying to get from that like fourth level to that higher level of like being able to explain it. And sometimes I'm going to do it badly, but you have to do it badly to understand how you can do it better. All right, so then one more thing, 3DS Bros, and thank you for the follow. Thank you as well, RTFM. Thank you, Adonzel, and QCT3. Appreciate you. And then your most recent comment. It's weird just having to licentiate. I don't know what that word is. And not being qualified, feeling confident. Licentiate. Is that a word? Because we learn most things by actually working and our willingness to learn by ourselves. Yeah. So having a license, right? So you consider the bachelor's degree a license? No, the bachelor's degree just says that you are someone who's willing to put in the effort and see something through and to finish it. That's a massive positive signal for hiring and why that piece of paper is important, right? Like you got to look at it from the perspective of people doing hiring. Someone who has put in the effort to get a degree is someone willing to put in the effort, right? Now, hopefully, they didn't just bullshit their way through, which we're seeing a lot of these days due to AI and all that shit. It's a term you use in European countries. I'm here in the US. So yeah, I have not seen that term before. Licentiate. It's a cool word. Like, honestly, damn, that's like a business name, isn't it? Right? It's a person who received a license, right? Kind of thing. But, wow. That's a cool word, man. I could see someone doing like a certificate course platform with a name like that. It may have been a term. I've just never heard it. I've never seen it like used. Like I can break it down into its like constituent parts and understand it, right? Like a person that receives a license. Yeah, okay, cool. A person who is licensed. I don't necessarily think of a degree as a license though, which is why it doesn't really feel like it fits to me. No, I mean, I'm just trying to break it down. Like, sure, maybe people messed up how it gets used, but if we break it down to the Latin, it is literally a person who has a license, right? Yeah, and that's where I would get at, like, oh, well, yes, it's a license to practice whatever at the basest level, right? So yeah, like I'm just thinking about like the Latin that it breaks down to and what it means. But yeah, like in general usage, it may mean something totally different. Right? Like the word decimate. I hate the misusage of the word decimate. But because of how English works, if enough people use it wrong, it becomes the right way. All right? Decimate literally means to reduce by 10%. Like literally, that's what the root words mean. But nowadays, it means something totally different. And that's okay. I just need to accept it. Yeah, exactly, Max. It may be something related to that. And I think in EU, it's similar, right? You can't call yourself an engineer without being licensed to do engineering, right? Topics in your brain that have just been discussed to death: descriptive versus proscriptive linguistics. And wait, Ate, what do you mean? Are you talking about decimate? No, decimate literally means to reduce by 10%. And that's how it's always meant until the past 30 years where people have been misusing it. And now it just means to like mess up super badly or something, dude. Like it's bad. It has lost any and all meaning that made it separate from a whole sorts of other words. Yeah, it was like a not a tithe because tithe is like religious, but it was a thing that Roman soldiers had to pay basically. Yeah, it's from the word decimal, right? Yeah, exactly. Deca meaning 10. Yeah, for sure. I know it makes a shitload of sense in the original way it was used, and now it doesn't make any sense. But that's how words work. As long as people use them, it matters how they get used. And that is fascinating to me, but as a pedant, right? A pedant, I don't know how to pronounce that word. You know, I think the nuance and the details really matter. Yeah, terrific. Recent usage is great, but it was based on causing terror. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Hell yeah, Resonant. That's a fun one. I like that. I kind of want to start saying that because it's not inviting like the humdrum like all right, tell me about it. You just say you're feeling terrific and the other person's like, "All right, cool. Conversation done." Like, that's actually big brain. I really like that. Yeah, exactly, Alex. Having a bad day, you're feeling terrific. And then, well, yeah, no one asks for questions about, like, well, why are you feeling terrific? Right? Have you ever noticed? No one ever asks, like, well, why are you so happy? Oh, you know what? You're happy. Awesome. Oh, you're having a bad day? Why? you know? Yeah, exactly. You're here could become you're feeling terrific. Because you're here is generic enough that someone's going to try and follow up and be like, well, wait, are you having a bad day? Why are you having a bad day, man? So, yeah, no, that's good. I like that. Yeah, that's really good, Resonant. I appreciate that. And I missed a follow 8 minutes ago. Mr. Freak. Appreciate you. Thank you. Exactly. That is kind of a good green flag. Like someone who's just generally interested. They asked how you're doing because they actually want to know, not because it was just a platitude. Like, yeah, that's awesome. Big blind. Like, yeah, that's a huge green flag. For sure, man. Yeah, I completely agree. So I guess one big fix I can do is I'd rather just move these to being a third of the width, and then we have less of like the width problems to deal with, at least at desktop size. We're still going to have mobile stuff to solve. But I think at mobile, this actually becomes way more reasonable. Nope. No, it doesn't, because we haven't done that mobile fix. So 1 second. Oops. All right, so we're doing W13, but that's really like LG W13. I'm going to say it's more like an MD W12, and then W full by default. Right? And it still looks like shit. It's a padding problem. It's definitely a padding problem. Right, like there, that's fine. When we get to there, it's fine. But then when we get to, I don't know, like 360 is really what we're looking for. It ends up being about the same. So yeah. I think 320 is actually the number we want to shoot for. And at 320, it's a little meh. What do you think we should do mobile wise to make this better, right? Like it's working to where we're not like overflowing. But this isn't useful, right? Like that is such a short amount of characters for the name of a lens. Fixing the padding problem would help a little, but that's not the entire issue. If we kick the name and the number to a second row, I think we're good. I think that would be good. Yeah, I think that's maybe a solid approach to the mobile responsiveness for that part. And yeah, Resonant, real quick, I'd be curious, are you guys using any like social media like monitoring software at your company? Like at GitKraken, we have just like one thing that's like an if this then that, where if someone tags one of our products, it goes into like a Slack channel, but that ends up being this like giant fire hose of BS. Our social media person is also using F5bot to see like mentions on Reddit. But I'm just curious like what other companies might be using for like monitoring social media. reo.dev. Oh. Your intent tool should too. Oh. It's not really socials. Oh. Okay. God, what is ICP? I know it's not Insane Clown Posse. Made that mistake before. Okay, so yeah, this does feel like a separate thing. Help them identify needle and haystack accounts. You have a shit social game. Ideal customer profile. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. Ideal customer profile. Yeah, okay. I get it. I feel like I've used a different term for that in the past. Like your core user persona or whatever, right? Sure, but same idea. Okay. So yeah, that makes sense. And you have a shit social game. Got it. All right. Do you employ like a social media manager kind of person? I would assume so for at least like posting stuff. Oh no. Interesting. Okay. So then it's like someone within like go to market or one of those teams that just kind of like absorbs that responsibility. You have a DevRel, but more of a dev than a rel. Yeah, so they're like building docs and SDKs more than anything. Okay. Okay. And MCP stuff now. I'm curious about that. Like, yeah, at Get Crackin', our MCP is awesome. Like, dude, we're getting like massive usage, which is really cool. But where do you see that going? Right? There's like the agent to agent, there's the ACP, there's like, I guess, skills now. I don't know what skills really mean that are different from MCP, but I guess skills don't populate the context window nearly as much. I don't know. Yeah, I'm curious about that part. Like where you guys are going with that. But okay. Yeah, I was just curious. I'm going to create a new team. We're going to call it Not Growth Book. And this is just an exercise in, is this a valuable product? What keywords would you want to listen to that if you did employ a social media person, they could like slide into the DMs or like the thread? All right, so we'll create some keywords first. I'm going to say like, yeah, you probably want one for just like growth book in general. Okay, so real quick. Did I get the local LLM stuff done? Oh, absolutely. Yeah. We finished the local LLM a while back, and now we're on like we pivoted to OpenRouter just because the local LLM was a bad experience, but it helped us like figure out some of the rest of the experience. So I still think like local LLM via like web LLM or other tools has a lot of value for people, but eventually you're going to want to pivot for like user experience anyway. You tried it out yourself, slow. Yeah. I mean, it's not that slow depending on the model you pick, right? But it's really then like, well, is the model actually going to give you what you want? And yeah, because it was so slow, like you'd have to just leave that tab running and then go and do something else, which is a reasonable approach for like a hobby project, but not for a business. And then we actually crunched the numbers, and we've had OpenRouter running, and we've used 60 cents over the past, I want to say like week that we've been testing, and then like we launched up and we're using the OpenRouter stuff in production right now. And it's still like, dude, it's so cheap. So yeah, I was a little worried about abuse of a system like that. And I think there's still a worry for other possible abuses eventually, but right now, this cost is fine. Every reloading of the site, it reloads the whole LLM. I mean, you still have it downloaded. It just needs to like reload it into RAM, which is fine. Like that loading process is quick compared to the download process, right? Yeah, exactly. Sourced and sold. Like it's one of those things that I thought we could do like cool like conference talks about, and I still think we could. But like the final bit of the slides for a talk like that would be here's actually like the practical learnings from it, right? So Kenny, hold on. Wait, what? What wasn't for you? Like WebLLM, right? So you're building a thing and you tried WebLLM for it and you didn't have a good experience. Is that what you're saying? I just want to make sure I get it. Okay. Yeah, I would say it's still worth like proving out the idea because you can still figure out like the rest of the UI around it. It does mean that you have to build some UI around like the download process and some of that BS, which is a lot of like effort that you end up gutting anyway. But just like figuring out like, is this a thing that I like? Is this solving a problem? You can do that UI wise without ever getting like OpenRouter involved. But that at the same time, like if you're just doing it for dev, OpenRouter's cheap enough. Like, who cares? So I guess that's the trickier bit. And then let me double check. Hold on. So a lot of the use cases for making feature flags and creating experiments is from devs. And no one wants to context switch to other tools if you can do it from the tool directly. Okay, like I think I get that. But yeah, so we'll add growth book as a keyword and oh, hold on. Let me go to the admin portal. We're going to make not growth book a unicorn because it is. And then yeah, we go back to here and then we're going to say it's a compound keyword of feature and flag. We want lobsters and Hacker News. No, we did not add Reddit yet. Sorry, like Reddit's just way down the line. Like figuring out how to do the Reddit thing properly is like its own wholly separate thing. And our first problem is solving the haystack problem. You got to run. Would love to see what I'm building. You could use more social. Keywords would be like A/B testing, experimentation, and competitors would be StatSig and EPO. Okay, so yeah. Let me get some more keywords going. I'm just really curious. Like, I want to try and solve this from the perspective of Growthbook, right? Like, and that'll help me know if I'm doing it right. Now, this is where it's a little annoying, right? Because you'd have to like do A/B as a separate thing. But yeah, no worries, Resonant. Thank you for chilling. Thank you for hanging out. Appreciate you, man. But yeah. So yes, A/B testing, feature flag, growth book. And then let's add StatSig. That one I think we can just do simply. EPO. Wait, I've never even heard of EPO. Man, I recently learned that Launch Darkly is like cutting their entire DevRel team, which I find incredibly interesting. Because I don't even know if I was like ready to move on yet, but I applied anyway, just because I know the highlight guys. and they passed. Not the highlight guys, but yeah, like the DevRel lead at the company passed. But now they're like gutting the entire team, which I find so interesting. I have not quit my job, but and again, I like where I'm at. I like what I'm doing. I like the team. Like I like everything about GitKraken. But everyone out there, right? Like always be interviewing. This is just the right way to go. Never consider yourself off the market. Now, I truly believe in putting in a good amount of time at a company. We're approaching 2 years at GitKraken. I like it. I wouldn't mind staying there for 3. But also, just anyone out there in the workforce, you should be still looking, no matter what you do. It's just the right way to go. So I get that sourced and sold. That's a separate thing, right? But anyone who's an employed developer should be interviewing on a regular basis, even if you're not actually looking. It's not disloyal to do so, right? Yeah, exactly. LaunchDarkly has had like a bunch of turnover. Like it's crazy. The crazy part is like I know someone who worked in DevRel who had a bad thing with like their head of DevRel. That person's gone like ages ago, and then they had a new person jump in, and they're still like gutting that whole team. That's weird. But yeah, LaunchDarkly, yeah, a lot of turnover. I find that very interesting. Right, like the thing I applied for wasn't even their like feature flagging product. I would have been like part of their like open telemetry team, right? Because like highlight, like those guys, I consider at least Jay a friend and Vadim super cool dude. They even invited me to their offsites and shit. Like, it never worked out timing wise. And then they got acquired, and, yeah, shit changes there, but yeah, I'm still a big fan. But yeah, so, right, A/B testing. No, accountability. All right, so yeah, no. Sourced and sold. I'm a developer advocate now. So yes, I talk with sales all the time. Even when I was working at Fresh Consulting, I talked with sales all the time because sales, when you are a dev that knows basically every front end framework and can be like really like productive on back end stuff too, the sales team at like an agency treats you as this golden goose, and they're constantly fighting over you to like seal deals. So yeah, like I chatted with the sales team all the time. But here at GitKraken, I talk with the sales team all the time to do like product demos and, like help train large customers on our product and all that BS. Like, yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, I just surfaced a thing for the sales team yesterday. Like, I should have waited because immediately they're like, oh, let's chopping at the bit. Like they're trying to like be way too aggressive about this. Like, dude, this is someone in a possibly smaller team that just reached out saying they want to try and convince their boss to pay for GitKraken, right? And it's like, dude, can we just like let that mature a bit? before we do like the heavy-handed sales shit? No, I have no idea what salespeople need. We just use HubSpot. HubSpot solves all our problems. If you're trying to compete with HubSpot, good luck. FN Goofs, you just built an integration for HubSpot. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, I'd be considering doing a similar thing where could we wire up HubSpot and then HubSpot somehow knows about people's socials and we could tie like a user talking about a thing on social media to the HubSpot stuff. Ooh, that could be really valuable. That might be a separate product, but that could still be really valuable. Right? Like, I think it's something that we could do as part of Messijo, but it's really like an entirely separate thing. All right, so real quick. Yeah. A/B testing. Is this related? And we'll just say right, we create the lens. Shit. What did I break? Yeah. Meanwhile, if we go back, it was created. So we got a bug there. God, we're surfacing so many fucking bugs. What is a lens, by the way? That's the open router stuff. So that's what the web LLM stuff was too, right? Right, we've got 3 of these things. We'll turn on the lens and we'll run it. And we'll see if any of those 3 events are actually related to what we're looking for. And I don't think they are. So yeah, at the end of the day, like, we're just doing keyword matching. And all of this stuff is only as good as the keywords that you've created, right? We can't solve that for the user. Now, we do have a bug there, and that was interesting. But yeah, like, no unread lens results because all of the things we have for A/B testing are, you know, right? Not that related. But I think it's okay because now the lens is the thing that we could attach notifications to. And this bad regular expression match doesn't matter. Instead, we can then pass it through a lens. But could you imagine how much it would cost if I was passing every post to Blue Sky through some LLM shit? Dude, I'd be bankrupt in a week. Like, fully bankrupt. I'd be living in a car. You know, like, dude. Meanwhile, if I can narrow down that haystack into a smaller haystack to run things against, then we're good. Does it go through past stuff? That's what you just saw me do. So I created the lens after I created the keyword, and we matched 3 events to the keyword, but none of those actually match here. And wait, what the fuck? Oh, we got a major bug there. What the fuck, dude? So no, it only goes through things that you have found already. So we'll go through the past stuff that you've already identified. But the goal is filtering what you've already found, not going back through history and finding stuff that you didn't actually match on. So yeah, like there is definitely a bunch of like documentation and imagery and things that I need to do to show you how lenses are working and how that's doing it, right? So yeah. But only backwards compatible with the events that you've identified. So we have 4 events, right? Doesn't matter how old they are, but we can run the lens against those events. So yes, the way I picture users going into this is they create a set of keywords, and then as they're looking at the keywords, they identify a bunch of like false positives. And then their goal should be to create a lens that reduces the false positives for a very specific subset. And I think that has value. I think that's actually like really, really good. Anonymous gifter that gifts things to these wildly inappropriate names. That one's funny. Right? Tune in Tokyo. Tune in Tokyo. I don't know what you guys saw. I was operating a radio. Get your mind out of the gutter. I don't know what you guys saw. Like, they were way too close together. That's got to be a radio. Come on. Legally Blind. Is that like Legally Blonde? I'm sure that's where they got the name, actually. But okay, so we've got these feature flags. Not feature flags. Ugh. I just read the word feature and flag. Brain fart. But we've got these keywords we're listening for. Does it have major value yet? I don't know. But if we go into StatSig here and create a lens, complaints is the message complaining about usage of StatSig, the product. And yeah, we got that bug. We need to fix that bug. Right? And we don't have any events yet, but now we do have a lens that'll run against that stuff, and we'll see. Do I have any idea about the cause of that error? Yeah, it's like the thing's actually being created. It's that we're not passing this value along with when we create this thing. Like, honestly, it's so quick and easy. Let's just do it. So we go to the keyword lens controller. Right? And this is a create that we're doing. Oh, that's the wrong one. Sorry. It's this one, and we need to find create in here. And yeah, it's just simply this part. Yeah. We do list keyword event by org ID. And we can just do that. Oh. There we go. That was it. All right, so then, yeah, that's actually our fix. So now if we go and check it. Right, and then this one will be support. Is this message complaining about growth book in a way that we should involve our support staff? Right, so something like that. Son of a bitch. Wait, what? What? Dude, no, I just fixed that. What? How dare you? How dare you? Key notifications not found. Oh, right. If we're creating it from scratch, notifications is just empty. So that's okay. That's actually not a big deal. Right? And then that solves that problem. But I think in the future, I would like people to be able to associate a notification on this page, and that would be a separate thing. But we don't need to solve that right now. So we go back. Yeah, growth book. Right? We have a lens for it, and that is the support lens, but it's never been run. All right, so then let's just double check. Testing. This is a fake lens. Just figuring out if we solved. Voila, right? So problem solved. And honestly, like albedo, that's one of the big things I would push back about when people are doing like the vibe coding thing. Okay, yeah, I got a phone call tomorrow, all that BS. I should probably check in for my flight here at some point. Yep. But yeah, so we fixed the bug, right? But albedo, that's the big thing, right? Like, if I had vibe coded this whole damn thing, I'd have to like rely on vibe coding to fix that bug. Meanwhile, like I knew exactly what the bug was. I can just solve it. You know? I think that is something that gets lost. Now, I really do need to try and build more products, right? Not just projects, but products. Or not just programs, but products with AI LLMs, right? Like, I need to do that shit. Because at the moment, I feel like AI is really good at like vibe coding very finite applications, like very small niches. And this is where, like, dude, have you guys seen? Yeah, the Replit CEO is going back on some of the bullshit he was saying, right? Right? Like AI, like we're not going to employ developers anymore because AI does everything. Well, now he has fine-tuned his messaging, and it's, well, now leadership doesn't need to rely upon engineering for prototyping. That's a very fucking different thing, right? That's a very fucking different thing. And I think we're recognizing that, yeah, the Replit CEO is a fucking con artist. Because he was the biggest proponent for, we don't need devs anymore, AI does it all. Does it? No. His messaging now is, well, now you don't need to involve engineering to play out your wildest CEO fantasies of what the product could do. Because now it's on you to figure out what you actually mean when you say you want this thing to exist. Right? How many times have we gotten like leadership to be like, we want to use blank and do blank and make this feature happen. And then engineering is just like, how? Right? It doesn't make any sense. Like, could you give us more detail? Could you do any more effort other than just like spouting buzzwords at us? And that's where leadership really like is up shit creek, because that's all they're good at. They're only good at like the high level buzzword bullshit because they're not down in the weeds. Yeah, the how or why is not something they care about. So yeah, dude, if the pivot for Replit is like, no, AI is taking every job for developers, and instead, no, it's freeing developers from dealing with the flights of fancy of leadership, that's actually a decent pivot, in my opinion. Yes, that's the whole point, albedo, right? Like, there's the programs versus products, right? And it's Dylan Beatty, right? It's his like problem with dev coding, right? Yeah, Dylan Beatty, like 9 months ago, he had a blog post that was really fucking good. The problem with vibe coding, right? And this exemplifies exactly like what we're all feeling as devs anyway. Yeah, Dylan Beatty is a fucking genius. He's awesome. And yeah, his insights are unparalleled. But this is where I'm getting at when I pushed back on the person earlier about like, how do you feel about AI taking dev jobs? They didn't even try to find an article like this, right? They just did the low effort prompt, right? So they're not even good at like prompting at that point if they're not going to like give us something that we can actually act on. But if they were good at research and putting in the effort, they would have found this exact blog post or ones related to it. And it's really about like programs versus products. A program is a thing that does what you need it to do on your machine. You don't give a shit for Windows support. You're not on it. You're on Linux. Who gives a shit, right? That script you hacked up to rename all MP4 files in a folder. You know the one. No error checking. Hard-coded path names. Does it work on Windows? Who fucking gives a shit, right? This is a program that you're making that does these things. And AI is really good about vibe coding that shit. But a product that works for all users on all platforms, you're just not solving the same problem anymore, you know? Building a product that works for all of your users is something AI is just not good at. Unless you give it the context to make it good at it. But that in and of itself is a full-time job. So I think that's the big thing, right? Like, no matter what, you're going to pay someone that actually understands how to break down whatever bullshit management is asking for into the steps you need to take to build that. And honestly, that's what software has always been. That's what software engineering has always been. taking whatever management's asking of you and actually distilling it to a set of actionable steps that you can take and things that you can build. That part of the job isn't going to go away because management can't do that either. And they can't prompt AI to do it because they don't know what they're looking for. So yeah, the nature of the developer job may change, but they still need butts in seats doing this shit. They're not going to be able to abstract away thinking. And leadership doesn't want to do all that thinking themselves. That's why they pay people to do this shit. Think about SQL. Oh my God, SQL is going to take so many developer jobs because management can just query the database if they just learn the syntax. Management will not learn the syntax. Management doesn't want to put in effort. That's why they pay people to do this shit. So the nature of your job may change, but where you sit within the stack is going to be the same. You're taking the weird shit that leadership wants and distilling it into actual product. Whether you're typing that by hand or prompting something, you still have to understand the technical steps to break it down for AI in a way that management just can't. Because they don't think about that and they don't want to. The whole point of paying plebs is so that they don't have to think about that shit for other reasons. Anything that creates more work for management is a non-starter. Rest in peace, all the B-tree C coding jobs that SQL got rid of? Maybe, but if you were a B-tree C coder, you could learn SQL real easy and, hey, you still got a job. And you've had a job for 40 years now. Right? Like, that job never went away because you're still distilling what you're being asked and how you make it happen. And I really think if people weren't so lazy in their approach to like first messages here in Twitch chat, they would benefit from lurking and understanding these conversations as they come up organically. But the moment you just ask me to do this same research for you, instead of me just like bubbling this up from a good conversation instead, it's the moment I just recognize I don't think you're actually here for the long haul. And I just don't care at that point. Right? Like low effort, Google this thing for me viewers, they don't convert to regulars anyway. So fuck it. Who cares? Anyway, more music. And we have a brand new album from Jasper de Koester. It's a single track. Fuck. All right, well, let me play any other album real quick. And then we'll play that one track here in a second. But I gotta go pee. Give me a second. And then, yeah, we'll keep hacking. But yes, if you have not read this article, it's a short read. I think most good blog posts are a short read. I could check out that one. Owen, for sure. Oh, Owen, hold on. Oh, man. Owen, did you see the Scotch egg inspired hot dog I made the other day? I know you're Irish, but tomatoes not. No, it was delicious. It was fucking great. I'm surprised you weren't more offended by the tomato thing. But one thing I wanted to point out that I thought was really cool is Radix UI. I feel like it's one of these guys. I don't know. I probably lost it. No, not that one. I don't know. There was one of these guys that created Radix who's actually, oh, Callum. This is him. Oh. So I guess he lives in Canada now? I thought he was. I thought he was Irish. Maybe I'm thinking of a different Callum. Yeah, maybe I'm thinking of someone else. But yeah, like Radix was created by someone Irish. Maybe it was Callum. I don't know. But I thought you'd be kind of pumped on that, right? Like Radix is underneath Shad CN, and like it's massively used. It's kind of abandonware at this point, but yeah, I don't know. I know you got a bunch of like Irish pride, Celtic pride, Celtic pride, whatever. Guess I'm directly referencing the movie Celtic Pride. Anyone here ever seen it? It's terrible, but it's fun. And then hold on. What's this movie? Local Hero? Is this movie Ireland or Scotland? Oh, this one's Scotland. Okay. So yeah, maybe not as interesting for you. I still think it's a fun, worthwhile movie. It's a little slow going. So if you need something like fast paced, you're going to be bummed. But honestly, like Local Hero is a good quality film that my parents used to reference all the fucking time. It's really good. I think you'll like it. And I would bet that it has at least a little bit of like a parallel to how small towns in Ireland feel as well. So I think you'll like it. Yeah, Celtic Pride is like a basketball film based here in the U.S., like from the 90s. Daniel Stern and Dan Aykroyd. And then Damon Wayans as like the basketball player guy. It's a fun film. But yeah, maybe not what you're interested in. Yeah, so what we're seeing is if you do AB without breaking it down to its own word and testing, you get a bunch of political bullshit. So yeah, that's the problem that lenses are meant to solve, and I think we're actually kind of good. So yeah, let's get the notification stuff shown. We want it to sit within this card. I think we just put it as like a thing over here on the right, and we give you the button just like we do. Just like we do with the keyword card. I think that's the move. All right. And yeah, similar to the questions people asked earlier, right? Like, why Messijo over other competitors? Because I made it. Like, I don't know. I do need to figure out like a good reasoning for that. Where are we putting this though? It's after the drop down. It's after the run date, and I think yeah, I think we do that. So you always enter Messijo through your email, usually through one of the notification email links. You just got invalid email or code and had to request an email with the code to enter. Yeah, that's because your token expired, and we do have like a 30-day token expiration. But I'm curious about that. Yeah, it was definitely an expired token, but maybe it's not a good experience that way. We're just saying it's invalid because we don't want to give someone a hint who's trying to like hack the system, but we should still give a better hint towards someone that had a previously valid token, right? If it's someone that's never had a previously valid token, well then yeah, shit. We show them something generic, but yeah, that's not bad. I like that. We definitely need an issue for that. Where the fuck did my linear board go? I think I closed that tab by accident. We can close that. How many shots in a fifth? Ooh, I forgot we even asked that. Blue Sky OAuth, we don't care about at the moment. Yeah, shit. I think I closed the linear board when I didn't mean to. No, like we'd see the icon. Like, no, it's just not there. I closed the tab by mistake. Yeah, we created SkyFunnel within the highlight group. I mean, it's fucking dead anyway, so it doesn't matter, but like, oh, I should probably not still have access to that. If I'm being honest. I doubt they're using it either, but I should probably not still have access to that. I'm sure there's some way I could just leave that, and that's the right way to go. At least until another point in time. So yeah, this is the feature we're working on, but let's go back. And yeah, this is an issue, right? This is a bug. Right? So users that use email notifications can sometimes get into a weird state with an expired token. We should probably give them a better error when they try to access things with an expired token. Yeah, I like that. No, that's a good bug. Thank you. That's a good one. The room doesn't respect the organization features. Yeah, it's one of those things like every application needs to be built thinking about organizations and teams from the ground up, which is why we require one. But it could be better. Open to anyone with the link. Yeah, no, you need orgs because you want more than one person to be able to like do this stuff for an organization, right? Like, oh, the PM is out sick today or they're on vacation. Can someone else still run this in a way that it's still like tied together with the rest of the shit? Yeah, there's like so many edge cases where an org is absolutely necessary. Dax, right? Like Dax Red. This is one of his like biggest things that he's posted about in the past that I fundamentally completely agree on. Right? Like you need organization support within your app, even if you don't think you need it. But then Java Grunt, you can't read the URL. Which tool am I using for my Kanban here? This is linear.app. So I'm using Linear's Kanban board for Messijo, but then I've still got like Trello for my own personal like BS. But yeah, Linear is a nice product from how I've used it, at least. It's kind of like the new hotness. So take that with a grain of salt. All right, so hold on. Yeah, let me catch up. Sorry, I just saw something gnarly. Man, dude, celebrity fucking drama. I just clicked a thing that I shouldn't have clicked. Anyway, yeah, dude, the Timothy Busfield shit. What? Yeah, whatever. Not important, not something I want to talk about. It's not boring at this point, it's just something I really don't give a shit about. Not that I don't give a shit, it's like I don't want it to be a point of conversation. Let me put it that way. All right. Anyway, how's everyone doing today? What y'all up to? Anything fun? Brainless. You trying to play some Pal World tonight? I know Robotic Head would be down. All right. Cool. So it looks like we got a crew. We got room for one more. Alex or Jalem, feel free. You can join us in some Pal World shit. We're not going to go there immediately, but yeah, I'll eat some chili for dinner, right? Something easy. And let me get more music going. I wanted to hear this. Yeah. I wanted to hear this song. Jasper DeQuaster. Brand new song for 2026. Here it is. You need to catch up. I'm way further than you. I think we're still close to it. You played some Medieval Dynasty, pretty fun on the new map. Like, honestly, that would be a fun game to play too, but it's like, it's one of those things where, like, dude, the rest of the group has to own it. So Pal World fills that niche for now. And if we get more people than just, like, the four of us, I can figure that out. We've made that work before. Totally doable. Like, honestly, I've been waiting for, like, Arc 2. Is Arc 2 dead in the water? Is Arc 2 ever coming out? Targeting 2028. Salt 2, Shores of Gold. Interesting, Brainless. Okay. So Arc 2 is going to be competing with GTA 6? I thought GTA 6 was like a 2027. All right, so Ark Survival Ascended. If I want to modify an Ark game, I should just do Survival Ascended at this point, right? Survival Evolved and they made it worse. Wait, what is worse about it? Like, I just want to make some fucking mods that make it more, like, casual, approachable. Like, I don't want my fucking animals to die while I'm just out and about, you know? While I just don't have time to play for, like, 4 days. I don't want all my fucking dinosaurs to starve because of that shit, right? So it's just a clone. I get that. I understand that. It's improved graphics or models or something, though, right? Damn, is it really that bad? So complaints are from PC users. Well, that's what I'd be playing on. This person's mostly single player. Okay. All right. So it seems to me like a bunch of the issues have been fixed. Like, what are your complaints, man? Like, I know you play that game. I just want to mod the game. I want to have it be my like intro to modding, basically. And I want to do that shit here on stream. Not today. Yeah, I know you used to like play public servers and stuff. But yeah, like a good fun private server with like cool custom mods could be like really fucking fun, man. I want to do that, right? I don't think Pal World is like set up for modding yet. Right? But instead, Survival Ascended, if it's going to be 2 years before that shit's released, I could get involved in making a mod and figuring that shit out anyway. That sounds fun. That sounds pretty fun. So yeah, I'd like to do that. I'm just curious about the process. Anyway, let's keep doing other shit. Sorry, that was the end of that single track thing that we were listening to from an artist that we really like. Just wish they'd release whole albums, but yeah, I get it. let's go down. Yeah, I'm into it. So where do we see that last run value being done? Because I think that thing's just a little too wide, right? We're doing W full for it. Right, and then we click that. All right, well, at least they didn't leak that shit. Son of a bitch. Right, so we processed all these things and it's a bunch of fucking false positives. Yeah. Feature flag. Yeah, I think there's a lot of like user education we have to do. But hold on, just saying. This looks okay to me. I think we just need some like spacing. So brainless 402 payment required. Oh. Is it okay if I look at this in the admin portal? Okay. And what's the name of your team? Elixir. That's right. Okay. So, voila. You are approaching your maximum number of keyword events for your billing tier. Yeah, you definitely have more than the allowed keywords. How did you get to that point? I'm really curious about that. Oh, so yeah, you broke the system because that's on you. All right, I get it, and that's fine. But you kind of expected this, right? I'm okay with that. All right, if someone wants to fuck around and find out, that's kind of on their end, right? No, and I appreciate that. Like this is like really good feedback. Holy shit, dude. Like some of the shit you got from just the word Amex is insane. There we go. I think the lens is nailing it though. Right? I think the lens is fucking nailing it, right? Dude, this is good, man. Oh, but yes, you're running into that you can't run this because you get the error. Yeah, all right. And yeah, we need to report that to the user that they've hit their limit. And we need to make this be cognizant of that limit and like, hey, dude, you're over your limit. Like, no, you can't run it. We want to prompt you for more money at this point, right? No, dude, this is huge. This is really good like usage and feedback. Yeah. We could just prompt the user better that they're over their limit and yeah, how do we do that? I think that is a worthwhile ticket. And yeah, we had a typo, sure. All right, yeah, no. Yeah, that's a really good ticket. Thank you. This entire feature is brand fucking new, and yeah, you're helping uncover a bunch of the stuff that we just didn't think about as we were building it, but we got to do so. So yeah, thank you. Thank you. Dude, I really appreciate you. I can't afford to pay you, but if there's some game that you've been looking to play, especially if it's a game we could play together, I'll gift it to you. Let me point that out. And this goes towards other people that have helped out massively too. Talented Unplug. Yeah, come on. I've got like 2 or 3 really dedicated users that I can't afford to like pay a salary to, but I could gift some shit out of my own pocket because I appreciate it. And it would come from the money I make from stream, obviously, right? So, like, yeah, dude. Anyone here who subs is subsidizing me paying these people that deserve it. Like, not in like a full on like salary way, but like, yeah, could I gift them a game? Sure. For the fail keyword. Oh, and hold on. Wrong one. Wrong one. Did you mean the fail lens? This one. All right, the fail lens. We're going to take a look at it. Edit. The dot. A minimum length. I'm not sure I'm worried about this because yeah, this is just eating into your like your usage, and that's on you if you want to waste your fucking quota on some bullshit. That's totally on you, man. Dude, Mexico has some really big problems with homophobia, don't they? Holy shit, dude. Like, you know, I don't want to scroll down to it. Like, holy shit, man. What the fuck? It's like that scene from Community, right? It's in your blood. That's racist. It's in your heart. That's racist. It's in your eyes. That's gay. That's racist. Or that's homophobic. That's black. That's racist. Like, dude, that scene's so fucking good. Shit. Like, dude, he's like so done at the end, like, oh my god, you're right. Shit. Like, oh dude, that scene's so good. It's really, really, really well done. It's in your genes. That's racist. It's in your blood. That's racist. It's in your eyes. That's gay. That's homophobic. That's black. That's racist. Like, dude, oh my god. Dude, it's so good. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like, man, they've got some moments in that show that are really, really, really good. Dude, it's so crazy to me. Like, oh my god. Community got you through some very dark times? Like, are you on the darkest timeline? Did I want to see the post you shared? I don't know, man. What's the relevance again, Owen? The vibe coding combo. Oh wait, no, yeah, no. You shared the free code camp thing. No, I don't think it's actually necessary. I think it's fine. I think it says the exact same shit we were talking about anyway. I will say the free code camp guy is really awesome, and I feel bad that he wants me on his podcast. I'm slacking. I'm fucking blowing it, and that's on me. And if he's upset and offended by that, I totally get it. Like, dude, I won't judge him at all for the fact that I've been slacking, and if he doesn't want to work together, like, dude, that's on me. That's totally on me. But yeah, the free code camp dude, Quincy Larson, fucking awesome. Like, super cool, man. Like, just such a chill dude. It's really cool. Like, seriously, if he's bummed on me, it doesn't affect me in like how I would keep promoting free code camp because it's fucking awesome. Okay? I will happily promote free code camp till I'm done and dusted. Yeah, and like the dude that's behind it is like really fucking cool, man. Like he's just a dude, like in a way that I don't know. I don't think I would have expected. Like he's such a chill dude. All right, so what's our plan for the day? Yeah, I totally get it, Brainless. There's like something we should do better. But right, like we've hit the maximum number of keyword events. So that already is like the limit. But how do you see this stuff? How do you know you're even close? Like, how do you see your limits? How do you see any of this stuff? And yeah, I think that is part of it, right? Right? So, org level quota visualization. So, lenses should actually be separate, but if you hit your like event limit, you've probably hit your lens limit too. And that's like a separate thing. Yeah, no, I'm into that. I think that is a good sub issue for sure. I think that's a really good sub issue. Yeah. And then hold on, let me think about this. March 26th to 29th, which means I'm going to drive up to Canada either a few days before or stay there a few days after so I can get some shredding in. And I want to do some just like spring, like park shredding, like shredding. That sounds really good to me. Workshops? I don't give a shit about workshops. So really, it's like the 28th and 29th for talks. Sure. So 26th and 27th, I'll be shredding Whistler or elsewhere. I've never been to either. Like, I've never been to a single ski resort in Canada. I have to submit this by the end of the day. I only got one talk in mind. So that'll be tougher. But yeah, I only got one talk in mind, and we'll see if they actually like want it. But I think it's a good talk. I have to submit this by the end of today. So we'll do that over on Gaming Stream, I think. Yep. And this the same thing. So yeah, we got two of them. That's fine. Wait, what the fuck job is this? PayPal Developer Relations Community. Hold on, what were they offering? Holy shit, I should have applied to this. Because holy fuck. Hold on. What? So you go to notifications, you try to create one. Right? Good call. Yeah, no, that's a good bug fix too. Or like a bug we should fix. Motherfucker. There is no shortage of things we got to work on, right? Do the thing. We'll just pivot this to actually be what you're talking about. All right, so create a new notification. Select email. Enter an invalid email. Submit. Edit email to be proper. Button is not active. Yeah, no, that's a good bug fix. Fuck yeah, man. That's a good one. Thank you. Appreciate you. There are people out there in the world that don't think building in public like this is valuable. Like, someone's going to steal your idea. Like, no, man. Dude, that is the worst thing to worry about, building in public like this. And the benefits are you have an audience that's willing to test your product and do some of this shit and point out bugs that you're just not going to see. And eventually, should I create some bugs for that? Yes. Yeah, damn right, dude. Fuck yeah, dude. We're going to have bugs upon bugs upon bugs, and eventually we should start writing some tests. And that's where someone's comment earlier, I think Albetum, was that even you? Someone earlier commented like, well, would this be beneficial to make an integration test for? That was you, right, Albetum? Pretty sure that was you. So yeah, this is absolutely something we should probably make a test for. Like, 100%. Like, dude, fuck yeah. Thank you. That is a bug we should create a test for. Make sure we don't break it in the future, right? So there we go. And maybe it was someone else. Shit. I know someone asked about, like, would a test solve this or have prevented this issue? I thought that was you, but I could be wrong. I could have sworn that was you. I can scroll up. No, it wasn't you. It was not you. It was someone else. Now I got to remember who that someone else was because, yeah, they had a good point. No, that was someone else. You're totally right. I looked. Wasn't you? Fuck. I don't remember who suggested. No. So the thing they were saying that I could have used a test for, it wouldn't have actually solved the problem, like at all. But this problem, yes, we should create a test for to prevent a regression or something, right? Like, really, we just need an end-to-end test for a bunch of shit. And I think end-to-end tests are the most valuable tests you can have in your entire application. For sure. For sure. So here's the thing. We're going to get this. We're going to launch it up. I think attaching notifications is important. Do we think we've actually, like, made that work enough? All right, so yeah, no, this is still valid, right? So like attaching notifications to just a keyword will be an edge case, but that's all that like free users will be able to do. And then yeah, how do we like inform free users that they could get more? They could do more in various ways. I can see that, and I think that has value. I still don't think we're necessarily at the point. Hold on. Let's switch to a different team. Hold on. That's another bug. Dude, that's an easy enough fix. That should go right up at the top. Fuck yeah, dude. That's an easy fix. All right, so then, yeah, when switching teams, we go to keywords. We see keywords that we're matching on. Sure. Yeah, so I don't think we're at a good place to call this feature done yet. I think this is just something we have to like work on when we come back from work shit. Look at what I just said about letting the user know about that they can get more notifications. I think it's a valid example for a product thing that's not just vibe coding a calculator. I get that, but like, dude, you can still prompt AI to like build that feature. Like, so I don't know, like vibe coding's still valid, still useful, still a thing you do. But yeah, like product versus program. How do you do that in a way that is actually benefiting the user? And yeah, that will require a bunch of like prompts and going back on what you prompted and being like, well, yeah, I like this, but I didn't like that. And can we fix it? And that's the entire like product iteration lifecycle anyway. So yeah, like I think we're agreeing on the same point, but yeah, let me just think about where we are leaving off. I think sometimes I just need to leave like a note. Oh, and oh shit. Damn, this is a bunch of shit that I have saved from like other places. Interesting. This note is simply, where do we pick back? Right, so the lens notification problem is pretty close to solved, but a bunch of bugs still exist. Right, like the big thing is I won't be able to work on this project until Friday because I have other shit to do tomorrow during the day, and I fly out tomorrow night, and I don't get back into town until Thursday night. And I don't like to work on this project off of stream. So that means that I need to leave myself enough of a picking back up bookmark that I can pick back up and finish solving this shit. Which I think we are kind of close to. Yeah, no, definitely not. Definitely not. I think that is a good jumping off point. Can I interest you in egg in these trying times? Yeah, like totally. No, that's our jumping off point. Because, yeah, I want to go play some games. I want to eat some chili. I want to chill and enjoy a Saturday at home because I'm going to be out of the house for like fucking 5 days. Ugh. But you know what? It'll be worth it. I'll be like vibe coding some bullshit while I'm out and about. Maybe I can get some of the game dev stuff going. I don't have my new MacBook Air. I didn't actually order it yet either. I should probably do so before too long. But yeah, I think our plan for today is we call what we've done good. We did some good stuff. We identified the fact that earlier we had a bug that we thought was a SQL bug. No, it was just the wrong fucking function, which is fine. And yeah, no worries, Brainless. Like, I still got to eat some food. We can launch up the game, and you can join us when you're ready. We do need to figure out how many people are going to have joining us, and that's a separate thing. But yeah, no, I think we're good. I think this is a great time to chill. Glober, the custom stream parrot emote. I don't know if I feel like doing that right now, considering that we're kind of wrapping up. So, can I get a mod to redeem that? And you can use those points when we come back on Friday. Is that okay? And I can go figure it out too, right? I can redeem the thing. Yeah, I would say just refuse and refund, and we can do it on Friday. Yeah, no worries, Glober. And I absolutely want to implement whatever thing you got. It's just, I don't know, man. We're wrapping up. It's 7 p.m. It's a Saturday. Let's enjoy our Saturday. Let me go play some games and eat some chili and drink the rest of my whiskey. And we'll call it good. So yeah, I appreciate you. Thank you, Glober, Mr. Sir. If you do want to hang out and chat with us tonight, gaming-wise, you can. Just let me know. Right? Like, we might not see it quick enough. But you're welcome to, like, join and chat. You're also welcome to game with us. Do you have Pal World? Because I think that's what we'll be playing tonight. Can I explain what you just did? Thank you. Yes, you should have your points back now, Glover. The idea is when I replace a word like, I don't know, or even just any generic string like a smiley face, in chat, you see my smiling face. That is the thing that you redeemed, to replace any amount of text or other emote with your own emote. So maybe like the word good gets replaced with that because someone redeemed the channel point thing, and now the word good gets replaced with so good. Awesome. Yeah, there you go. This is awesome. This is awesome. What do you think would be better than that? Toilet paper. 2-ply. I think I can do better. 3-ply? Yeah, exactly. Dude, that's what you can do. That is the power of the Stream Parrot emote. You can replace any word you want with any image or GIF that you prefer. That's just science. That's just good old-fashioned family fun. Anyway, who do we go raid? Who's still streaming right now? Who's going on a Saturday? Come on, this is crazy. Who's even live right now? There was a South Park one. You mean the word nice? Nice. I think there's a couple South Park. You know what? We see Code Spent going. Codespent. We'll go raid Code Spent. Why not? Oh my god! Wait, are you finishing up? Are you looking for someone to raid right now? Or have you been lurking the whole damn time? Yeah, it looks to me like you're still like going hot and heavy. So yeah, let's go raid Code Spent. Oh my god! So yeah, anyone over in Code Spent stream. Spoiler alert. But yeah, let's go raid Code Spent. Solid dude. Totally surprised. He's not going to see it coming. Exactly. For sure. It's going to be a donkey punch of a raid. No, Glober, don't feel bad about that whatsoever, man. Like, no. It was just like, dude, if you had done this like an hour earlier, yeah, we would have done it, and yeah, you'd be fine. It's just we're towards the end, and I don't feel like doing that right now. That's on me. His socks, his shoes came off. Yeah, exactly. You're preparing your best surprise face. You're not even showing your fucking camera. You jerk. How dare you? You're not even showing your camera. Liar. He's fucking lying to us. Anyway, let's go say hi to Code Spent. I'll be over on Griffing and Chill, which is the gaming stream. I'll be over there if you all want to hang out while we play some Pal World tonight. It'll be me, Brainless, Robotic Head, and maybe some other people. So, see you guys soon. Later. Have a good night. See you next Friday.